broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Right, quick, march.
Gordon M. Amoth Jr.,
Edomiro Abad,
Marie Rosabad,
Andrew Anthony Abate,
Vincent Paul Abate,
Lawrence Christopher Abel,
Alana Abraham,
William F. Abrahamson,
Richard Anthony Acito,
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman,
Paul Aquaviva,
Christian Adams,
Donald Leroy Adams,
Patrick Adams,
Shannon Lewis Adams,
Stephen George Adams,
Ignatius Udo Adanga,
Christy A. Adama,
Terrence Edward Adderley Jr.,
Sophia B. Ado,
Lee Adler,
Daniel Thomas Afalito,
Emmanuel Akwasi Afuakwa,
Alok Argawal,
Mukau Kumar Agawala,
Joseph Agnello,
David Scott Agnes,
Joao Alberto de Fonseca Aguiar Jr.,
Brian G. Ahern,
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern,
Joanne Marie Aladiotis,
Shabir Ahmed,
Terrence Andre Aiken,
Godwin O. Ahala,
Trudy M. Alagero,
Andrew Alamino,
Margaret Ann Alario,
Gary M. Albero,
John Leslie Albert,
Peter Craig Alderman,
and my cousin, New York firefighter Steve Belson from Rockaway Beach, Queens. Steve was known as Mr. Ladder 24 at Engine 1 on West 31st Street near Madison Square Garden, right here in Manhattan. He was last heard from on the 44th floor while climbing up the South Tower, and will be a hero among so many on that day. I want to say, though, quickly, that each one of us who follow us in the readings of the names, as well as each person watching, no matter where you are or the language you speak, has the power to affect the world for good. Never forget the evil terrorist organizations that brought these towers down, killing almost 3,000 innocent lives, including those at the Pentagon and on the 4 hijacked planes. And to all of those out there who still do not know history, please learn about the groups and the nations that continue to support global terror, including all those who still chant death to America. Enough already. Let the good people of the world unite on the side of the good and the righteous. And may God bless the United States of America, land of the free and home of the brave.
and my cousin and godfather, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald. Every day I wear your initials on my shoulder. I'm reminded of your profound impact on my life. Your memory lives on in our hearts, and your family misses you deeply. The love we have for you will endure across generations. We will never forget you or anyone who tragically lost their lives that day. God bless our military, our first responders, the FDNY, Engine 298, the NYPD, and God bless New York City. But most of all, God bless America.
Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick.
David D. Alger.
Ernest Alicacos.
Edward L. Allegretto.
Eric Allen.
Joseph Ryan Allen.
Richard Dennis Allen.
Richard L. Allen.
Christopher E. Allingham.
Anna S. W. Allison.
Janet Marie Alonso.
Anthony Alvarado.
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Brito.
Telmo E. Alvier.
Cesar Amaranto Alviar.
Tariq Amunula.
Angelo Amaranto.
James M. Amato.
Joseph Amatuccio.
Paul W. Ambrose.
Christopher Charles Amoroso.
Craig Scott Amundson.
Kazuhiro Anai.
Callisto Anaya Jr.
Joseph P. Enchundia.
Kermit Charles Anderson.
Yvette Constance Anderson.
John Jack Andriacchio.
Michael Rourke Andrews.
Jean Ann Andrucki.
Sue Nia Ang.
Joseph Angelini Sr.
Joseph John Angelini Jr.
David Lawrence Angel.
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel.
Laura Angeletta.
Doreen J. Angrisani.
Lorraine Antigua.
Seima David Aoyama.
And my grandfather, Edward Joseph Papa. Grandpa Eddie, although I never got a chance to meet you, we share many of the same interests. Not only do we share the same name, but I also love to play golf. I also love the Mets and playing baseball just like you did. People always tell me we share the same smile and happy energy. I wish I could have met you, and I hope we are all making you proud.
And my dad, Stephen Francis Schlag. I love him and miss him as ever. All the years combine, they melt into a dream. Life is good, it's 88 and sunny.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Faustino Apostle Jr.,
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Patrick Michael Araños,
David Gregory Archer.
Michael George Archensky,
Louis Arena.
Barbara Jean Aristide,
Adam P. Arias.
Michael J. Armstrong,
Jack Charles Aaron.
Joshua Todd Aaron,
Richard Avery Arno.
Myra Joy Aronson,
Japhet Jesse Arias.
Carl Francis Asaro,
Michael A. Ajiak.
Michael Edward Asher,
Janice Marie Ashley.
Thomas J. Ashton,
Manuel O. Asidambe.
Greg A. Atlas,
Gerald Thomas Atwood.
James Otterfred,
Louis F. Aversano Jr.
Ezra Avilias,
Sandy Ayala.
Arlene T. Babakitis,
Eustace R. Bacchus.
John J. Badakliaka,
Jane Ellen Basler.
Robert J. Bearwalter,
Andrew J. Bailey.
Brett T. Bailey,
Garnet Ace Bailey.
Tatiana Bakalinskaya,
Michael S. Baksh.
Sharon M. Balcom,
Michael Andrew Bain.
Catherine Bantis,
And my uncle, firefighter Jimmy Riches. Uncle Jimmy, we talk about you all the time and how you sound so amazing. I wish I could have met you, and I know you were cheering me on at all of my cheerleading competitions and watching over our whole family. We all know when we see a dragonfly, it's your way of saying hello to us. We will always remember you. God bless America.
and with endless love, appreciation, and admiration, my brother, FDNY Captain William O'Keefe.
Gerard Baptiste,
Walter Barron,
Gerard A. Barbara,
Paul Vincent Barbero,
James William Barbella,
Colleen Ann Barco,
Christine Jonna Barbuto,
Victor Daniel Barbosa,
David Michael Barkway,
Firefighter Matthew Barnes,
Melissa Rose Barnes,
Sheila Patricia Barnes,
Evan J. Barron,
Renee Barrett Arjun,
Arthur Thaddeus Berry,
Diane G. Berry,
Maurice Vincent Berry,
Scott D. Bart,
Carlton W. Bartels,
Guy Barbsey,
Ina B. Bassina,
Alyssa Christine Burton Bosmajan,
Kenneth William Vesnicki,
Lieutenant Firefighter Stephen Joseph Bates,
Paul James Taglia,
W. David Bauer,
Ivan Luis Carpio Bautista,
Marlene Capito Bautista,
Mark Lawrence Bavis,
Jasper Baxter,
Lorraine G. Bay,
Michelle Beal,
Todd M. Beamer,
Paul Frederick Bettini,
Jane S. Beatty,
Alan Anthony Bevan,
Lawrence Ira Beck,
Minette Marie Beckles,
Carl John Bedigian,
Michael Ernest Beekman.
And my grandfather, Carl W. Tepe. I hear many stories about him every day. Some make me laugh and some make me cry, but every story inspires me. Although I was never fortunate enough to meet my grandfather, he is my hero. I see parts of him in my everyday life, such as the color red, his favorite color, and I see him within my family. He is within my mom, my uncle, and my grandma, within my sister and little cousins, and I know there are parts of him within me, and I know that he is with me and my family in every step that we take.
And my grandfather, firefighter Alan Tarasevich. I would like to take this time to thank everyone who really keeps their word to never forget, so they are not forgotten. All the stories I hear about my grandfather, I've learned that he would do the same if he didn't die that day. The family misses and loves you.
Maria A. Bear,
Max J. Bilkey,
Yelena Bilolovsky,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie S. Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belson,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic J. Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger,
John P. Bergen,
Alvin Birdsong,
Daniel David Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernardt,
David W. Bernard,
William H. Bernstein,
David M. Beret,
David Shelby Berry,
Joseph John Berry,
William Reed Bethke,
Yanene Beatru,
Timothy D. Betterly,
Carolyn Mayer Bug,
Edward Frank Baye,
Paul Michael Bear,
Anil Pahalram Belvrani,
Bella J. Buchan,
Shimi D. Bigliason,
Peter Alexander Bielfeld,
William G. Bigart,
Brian Eugene Belcher,
Mark Bingham,
Carl Vincent Beanie,
and my brother, Joseph Michael Giacconi. 23 years is like 23 seconds. On September 11th, my brother disappeared. But this place has become my altar. And this ceremony is essential. Because that day he disappeared, but if I come here and I speak his name out loud and you hear his name, he will never, never disappear. We love you and thank you.
and my great. And my grandfather, FDNY Captain James J. Corrigan. We love you so much and we miss you so much. Me and my 3 sisters wish we got to meet you.
Gary Eugene Bird,
Joshua David Birnbaum,
George John Bishop,
Chris Romeo Bishundat,
Jeffrey Donald Bittner,
Albert Belayla Blackman Jr.,
Christopher Joseph Blackwell,
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn,
Susan Leigh Blair,
Harry Blanding Jr.,
Janice Lee Blaney,
Craig Michael Blass,
Rita Blau,
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.,
Michael Andrew Bacardi,
John Paul Bocci,
Michael L. Bocchino,
Susan M. Bocchino,
Dira Francis Bodley,
Bruce Douglas Bone,
Mary Catherine Murphy Bofa,
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan,
Darren Christopher Bohan,
Lawrence Francis Bousseau,
Vincent M. Bolin Jr.,
Turi Hamzavi Balorchi,
Right shoulder forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Dr. Paul W. Ambrose. Specialist Craig S. Amundsen, United States Army. Petty Officer 3rd Class Melissa Rose Barnes, United States Navy. Master Sergeant Max J. Belkey, United States Army retired. Dr. Yenino Bitru. Petty Officer 2nd Class Chris Romeo Bashundit, United States Navy. Carrie R. Blackburn. Colonel Canfield D. Boone, United States Army. Mary Jane Booth. Donna M. Bowen. Alan P. Boyle. Bernard C. Brown II. Petty Officer 3rd Class Christopher L. Burford, United States Navy. Captain Charles F. Burlingame III, United States Navy Reserve, retired. Petty Officer 3rd Class Daniel M. Caballero, United States Navy. Sergeant 1st Class Jose O. Calderon Olmedo, United States Army. Suzanne M. Calley. Angeline C. Carter. Sharon A. Carver. William E. Caswell. Sergeant 1st Class John J. Chada, United States Army, retired. Rosa Maria Chapa. David M. Charleboy. Sarah M. Clark. Julian T. Cooper. Asia S. Cottom. Lieutenant Commander Eric A. Cranford, United States Navy. Ada M. Davis. James D. Debonair. Captain Gerald F. DeCanto, United States Navy. Rodney Dickens. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry D. Dickerson, United States Army. Eddie A. Dillard. Petty Officer First Class Johnny Doctor Jr., United States Navy. Captain Robert E. Dolan Jr., United States Navy. Commander William H. Donovan, United States Navy. Lieutenant Commander Charles A. Draws III, United States Navy, retired. Commander Patrick Dunn, United States Navy. Petty Officer First Class Edward T. Earhart, United States Navy. Barbara G. Edwards. Lieutenant Commander Robert R. Elseth, United States Navy Reserve. Charles S. Falkenberg. And his wife, Leslie A. Whittington. And their two children, Dana Falkenberg and Zoe Falkenberg. Petty Officer Third Class Jamie L. Fallon, United States Navy.
J. Joseph Ferguson. Amelia V. Fields. Gerald P. Fisher. Darlene E. Flagg. And her husband, Rear Admiral Wilson F. Flagg, United States Navy Reserve, retired. Petty Officer Second Class Matthew M. Flacco, United States Navy. Sandra N. Foster. First Lieutenant Richard P. Gabriel, United States Marine Corps, retired. Captain Lawrence D. Getzfred, United States Navy. Cortez Gee. Brenda C. Gibson. Colonel Ronald F. Galinsky, United States Army, retired. Ian J. Gray. Diane Hale McKenzie. Stanley R. Hale. Carolyn B. Hammond. Michelle M. Heidenberger. Sheila M.S. Hine. Petty Officer First Class Ronald J. Hemingway, United States Navy. Major Wallace Cole Hogan, Jr., United States Army. Staff Sergeant Jimmy I. Holy, United States Army, retired. Angela M. Houts. Brady K. Howell. Peggy M. Hurt. Lieutenant Colonel Stephen N. Highland, Jr., United States Army. Lieutenant Colonel Robert J. Heimel, United States Air Force, retired. Sergeant Major Lacey B. Ivory, United States Army. Brian C. Jack. Stephen D. Jacoby. Lieutenant Colonel Dennis M. Johnson, United States Army. Judith L. Jones. Ann C. Judge. Brenda Kegler. Chandler R. Keller. Yvonne E. Kennedy. Norma Cruz Khan. Karen Ann Kincaid. Lieutenant Michael S. Lamanna, United States Navy. David W. Lachek. Dong Chul Lee. Jennifer Lewis. And her husband, Kenneth E. Lewis. Samantha L. Lightborn Allen. Major Stephen V. Long, United States Army. James T. Lynch, Jr. Terrence M. Lynch.
Petty Officer Second Class Nahaman Lyons IV, United States Navy. Shelley A. Marshall. Teresa M. Martin. Ada L. Masonacker. Lieutenant Colonel Dean E. Matson, United States Army. Lieutenant General Timothy J. Maude, United States Army. Robert J. Maxwell. Renee A. May. Molly L. McKenzie. Dora Marie Menchika. Patricia E. Mickley. Major Ronald D. Milam, United States Army. Gerard P. Moran, Jr. Odessa V. Morris. Petty Officer First Class Brian A. Moss, United States Navy. Teddington H. Moy. Lieutenant Commander Patrick J. Murphy, United States Navy Reserve. Christopher C. Newton. Con Nok Nguyen. Petty Officer Second Class Michael A. Noeth, United States Navy. Barbara K. Olson. Ruben S. Ornado. Diana B. Pedro. Lieutenant Jonas M. Panic, United States Navy Reserve. Major Clifford L. Patterson, Jr., United States Army. Robert Penninger. Robert R. Ploger III. And his wife, Zandra F. Ploger. Lieutenant Darren H. Pontel, United States Navy Reserve. Scott Powell. Captain Jack D. Punches, United States Navy, retired. Petty Officer First Class Joseph J. Piceer, Jr., United States Navy. Lisa J. Rains. Deborah A. Ramser. Rhonda Sue Rasmussen. Petty Officer First Class Marcia D. Ratchford, United States Navy. Martha M. Reski. Todd H. Rubin. Cecilia E. Lawson Richard. Edward V. Rowenhorst. Judy Rowlett. Sergeant Major Robert E. Russell, United States Army, retired. Chief Warrant Officer William R. Ruth, United States Army Reserve. Charles E. Sabin, Sr. Marjorie C. Salamone. John P. Sammartino.
Colonel David M. Scales, United States Army. Commander Robert A. Schlegel, United States Navy. Janice M. Scott. Lieutenant Colonel Michael L. Selves, United States Army, retired. Marion H. Serva. Commander Dan F. Schnauer, United States Navy. Antoinette M. Sherman. Diane M. Simmons. And her husband, George W. Simmons. Donald D. Simmons. Cheryl D. Sincock. Chief Petty Officer Greg H. Smallwood, United States Navy. Lieutenant Colonel Gary F. Smith, United States Army, retired. Mary Ray Supper. Robert Spiesman. Patricia J. Stotts. Edna L. Stevens. Norma Lang Sturley. Sergeant Major Larry L. Strickland, United States Army. Hilda E. Taylor. Lieutenant Colonel Kip P. Taylor, United States Army. Leonard E. Taylor. Sandra C. Taylor. Sandra D. Teague. Lieutenant Carl W. Teepee, United States Army, retired. Sergeant Tamara C. Turman, United States Army. Lieutenant Commander Otis V. Tolbert, United States Navy. Staff Sergeant Willie Q. Troy, United States Army, retired. Lieutenant Commander Ronald J. Vach, United States Navy Reserve. Lieutenant Colonel Karen J. Wagner, United States Army. Meta L. Fuller Waller. Specialist Chin Sun Pak Wells, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Madeline A. White, United States Army. Sandra L. White. Ernest M. Wilshire. Lieutenant Commander David L. Williams, United States Navy. Major Dwayne Williams, United States Army. Chief Petty Officer Marvin Roger Woods, United States Navy, retired. Captain John D. Yemnicki, Senior, United States Navy, retired. Vicky Yancey. Petty Officer Second Class Kevin W. Yoakum, United States Navy. Chief Petty Officer Donald M. Young, United States Navy. Edmund G. Young, Jr. Lisa L. Young. Shuyen Young. And her husband, Yu Guang Zheng.
As long peace will lead me home. Grace amazing grace.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the invocation.
Would you please join me in prayer? God of all creation and the giver of life, we give thanks for the bountiful blessings you've bestowed upon the United States of America, the very freedoms that we so often take for granted, the leaders both nationally as well as those who lead and serve throughout the various levels of government, for the peacekeepers and those who serve to uphold law and order. We are a truly blessed nation. We pause on this anniversary to remember those who perished on that fateful day in 2001. We remember their names, their dreams, the families here today that represent them, and the countless many others whose lives were tragically disrupted and destroyed by their loss. We remember the emergency responders, more than 400 police, 340 firefighters, and nearly 7,000 military service members that gave of themselves in service to our country. We remember our country's leadership and all of their efforts to ensure that we would never again face another deadly attack of that magnitude. As we finish the 23rd year since that day, we recall the 23rd Psalm that even though we walk through the valley of a shadow of death, we will fear no evil. May we never forget that day. May we honor those who died needlessly as well as those who stood heroically on behalf of the wounded and the hurting. In your precious and holy name I pray. Would you please join me in a moment of silence in remembrance of the lives lost on that very minute on September 11th, 2001.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General C.Q. Brown Jr., Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Good morning. As we stand here on this somber day, I reflect on the words by poet Lawrence Binyon, best remembered for his World War I poem, For the Fallen, which said, "They shall not grow old, as we are left to grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them." Today we gather in the solemn shadow of the Pentagon, a towering symbol of our nation's unyielding strength. We gather to remember them. We gather to acknowledge the heroes whose courage illuminated the darkest hours. And we gather to honor the families who have borne the deepest loss, carrying an unimaginable weight for the past 23 years. Our nation, this building, and the lives of everyone here were scarred that day by an act of horrific violence. Yet, in the face of adversity, it also became a testament to the unyielding spirit, the enduring power of unity, a testament to our perseverance and to our resilience as a nation. Today, we gather to remember the day, the loss, and the determination. The day, a Tuesday 23 years ago, the Pentagon awoke to a day like any other. But at 9:37 a.m., the routine of the morning was shattered by the explosion of fire and steel. As hijacked American Airlines Flight 77 was flown into the west wall of the Pentagon. Those there on the day spoke of the acrid smell of fire, the gray smoke that permeated its way through the corridors and across the building. But many noted an absence of panic, despite the horror, shock, and confusion. Through the chaos and terror arose a focused calm among the people there, trained military and civilian professionals, dedicated to helping the wounded, dedicated to maintaining the mission, as families waited for a call to hear that their loved one was okay. Some of those families never received the call. Flight 77 had departed that morning at 8:20, bound for Los Angeles. 5 children were on board. 3 of them, Rodney Dickens, Adrian Compton, and Bernard Brown. They were on their way to explore California's Channel Islands with National Geographic. A special trip recognizing their standout performance as students and celebrating their flight futures that laid ahead. 2 sisters, Zoe and Dana Falkenberg, were flying with their parents, excited to start a new life adventure in Australia. But at 9:37, those children, along with 54 other passengers and crew, had their life's journey end just a few hundred yards where we now stand. And with them, 125 sailors, soldiers, and civil servants, people who had committed years of their lives in service of our country, people who had gone to work that day not knowing their service would end in the ultimate sacrifice. Yet amid the destruction, something profound emerged, a demonstration of determination. It was the courage of those who ran toward the danger, who chose not to flee, but to help, to save, that provided a light in a time of darkness. In the 9/11 Commission's report, in the section covering the Pentagon's response, it is aptly titled, Heroism and Horror. It discusses the mix of local, state, and federal entities that work together to contain the fire, tend to the wounded, and keep the mission going. What it does not discuss were the countless acts of bravery that went unseen and unrecorded, the calm determination of those who remained at their posts. There was fear, yes, but that fear was tempered by an unyielding resolve to protect, to defend, and to serve. Amidst the sadness and the rage, the people who remained that day chose to honor those who had fallen by coming together to protect and to serve. There are many accounts of people running back into the burning rubble, pulling people to safety, only to go back in and save more. Leaders who guided their teammates to safety, navigating the hot ash and smoke. Others had to be restrained by security to stop them from going back in once again, because their blind instinct was to run into the flames with no regard for their own safety, to support those that were still in danger. And while destruction and rescues continued on the west side, the rest of the building continued to persevere, relocating watch stations, establishing communications, and preparing for potential follow-on attacks. Even as this side of the Pentagon collapsed into rubble, this building kept the mission going because of the grit and determination of the people there that day. So today, we gather to support each other, to do what we can to comfort one another, to honor the sacrifice made by too many, and to fulfill our sacred duty to remember. We remember the day. We will remember the determination. But most importantly, we will remember the loss. The loss here at the Pentagon, the loss at the World Trade Center, and the loss in the fields of Pennsylvania. The sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters who are lost in that day, but will never be forgotten. God bless our fallen. God bless all of you. And may God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III.
General Brown, thank you for those moving words. Family members of the fallen, survivors and first responders, our outstanding troops, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. I'm honored to join you once more on this day of memory and resolve. And on behalf of the entire Department of Defense, let me offer my deepest condolences to the families, the friends, and the loved ones of the 184 souls who were stolen from us 23 years ago today, here at the Pentagon and on Flight 77. We have repaired the damage to this building, but we cannot repair the damage to your hearts. No words can take away your grief. No amount of time can make sense of the worst terrorist attack in American history. And I know that for those whose lives were changed forever on 9/11, it can feel as if more and more Americans are returning to normal life on each new September 11th. But not here, not at the Pentagon, because we remember. The men and women of the Department of Defense remember. And we always will. Every September, we gather here near 184 memorial benches. But the troops and the personnel of this department don't need to come to this space to remember 9/11. You see, we don't just work near a memorial, we work in a memorial. Every day we serve in the only surviving building struck by Al-Qaeda on 9/11. And every day we carry a powerful sense of purpose. And that's why there's a piece of the wreckage from 9/11 on display outside my inner office. For every visitor and every teammate to see. It is a constant reminder that 9/11 isn't a part of our distant history. It is entwined in the department's mission. And it's captured in the stories of those who were here. We continue to honor the beloved teammates who we lost, the first responders who raced towards the flames, the families who humble us with their resilience, and the survivors who continue to inspire us all. I'm thinking today of two sisters, Patty Mickley and Kathy Dillibert. In the fall of 2001, Patty worked in the Defense Intelligence Agency. Is now training at Fort Liberty to become a Special Forces soldier. They're both here today with their father, Don, who raised them with such love. And the plaque in the Pentagon courtyard for Patty Mickley and Shelley Marshall reads, "They are not gone who live in the hearts of others. They are not gone who live in the hearts of others." After 9/11, fear turned to resolve, and resolve turned to action and to service. And for proof of that, we can look to the life of Kevin Schaefer. On the morning of 9/11, Kevin was a lieutenant on duty in the Pentagon's Navy Command Center. As he watched the news from New York, he was knocked to the ground by the force of a fireball. Nearly half of Kevin's body was terribly burned, but somehow he crawled through the rubble toward the rescue. And for 3 months, Kevin fought hard in the burn unit just to survive. And he still carries the scars of 9/11. You know, Al-Qaeda's attack on the Pentagon ended Kevin's service to the Navy, but not to our country. Kevin thought hard about what to do next. And he raised his hand to serve once more, this time as a civilian. In 2003, he was selected as one of the professional staff members on the 9/11 Commission. And at his unremarkable government desk, in his unremarkable government cubicle, Kevin chose to put up the pictures of the 9/11 hijackers. And on the commission, he worked to shed truth and clarity on the evil that those 19 terrorists chose to commit. In the wake of 9/11, Americans like Kevin and Kathy turned grief into grace and agony into resolve. And stories like theirs remind us of what we've lost, but they also remind us of who we are. We are the United States of America. We do not bend to terror. And in uncertain times, our compass remains our Constitution. This department does not just defend our country and our citizens, it also defends America's founding values of democracy, freedom, and liberty under law. And those beliefs have inspired generations of patriots to step forward and to wear the cloth of our nation. And they still do. You know, only about 6% of today's troops were in uniform on 9/11. And some of our troops, about 21% of our troops, were born after 9/11. And some of our troops enlisted or were commissioned after 9/11 as our country came together in sorrow and determination. And others joined years later, spurred on by an enduring spirit of service. And we are profoundly grateful to them all. We thank the military families who make their service possible. And today of all days, I want to especially thank my fellow veterans of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. In the memory of every American soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and public servant who lost their lives in the wars that America fought after 9/11, we bow our heads. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States military remains the greatest fighting force on earth. And not just because of our might, but because of our people. And we will always strive to carry forward the values of the teammates who we lost here 23 years ago. Their memory is our mission, and their families are our families too. You have endured endless sorrow and unimaginable pain with unimaginable strength. We stand with you today and every day. And we rededicate ourselves to living up to the example and the goodness of your loved ones. With a spirit of shared duty, with deep love for our country, and with an unbreakable devotion to our democracy. They are not gone who live in the hearts of others. May the memory of the fallen be a blessing. May God provide comfort to all who mourn. May God protect our troops, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the singing of God Bless America and remain standing for the benediction.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my own sweet home. God bless America, my own sweet home.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we pray that as we leave this place, we never leave your presence. May your Spirit continue to bring healing to our families, comfort to those who suffer, hope to our nation, and peace to our world. Humbly we ask that as you continue to grant us opportunities to cherish the freedoms and blessings and liberties that we enjoy every day in the United States of America. In your precious and holy name I pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony. Thank you for joining us this morning. The Pentagon Memorial, the Pentagon Memorial Chapel, and the Navy Reflection Room are open until 12 p.m.
you. Now I'm turning 24 next month and pursuing my law school journey. I want to thank you for being our guardian angel. The family and I love you, and we miss you.
Gary Harold.
Jeffrey Allen Hirsch.
Thomas J. Hitzel.
Leon Bernard Hayward, MC Sundance.
Brian Christopher Hickey.
Enemencio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno.
Timothy Brian Higgins.
Robert D.W. Higley II.
Todd Russell Hill.
Clara Victorine Hines.
Neil O. Hins.
Mark Hindi.
Katsuyuki Hararai.
Heather Malia Ho.
Tara Yvette Hobbs.
Thomas Anderson Hobbs.
James J. Hobbin.
Robert Wayne Hobson III.
Dewan Hodges.
Ronald G. Horner.
Patrick A. Hoey.
John A. Hofer.
Marcia Hoffman.
Stephen Gerard Hoffman.
Frederick Joseph Hoffman.
Michelle L. Hoffman.
Judith Florence Hoffmiller.
Wallace Cole Hogan Jr.
Thomas Warner Holwick Jr.
Jonathan Homan.
Cora Hadalago Holland.
John Holland.
Joseph F. Holland.
Jimmy I. Holly.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Thomas P. Holohan.
Herbert Wilson Homer.
Leroy W. Homer Jr.
Bradley V. Horn.
James P. Hopper.
And my brother, Roland Pacheco. Bro, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think of you. I miss you so much. Mom, Dad, Rob, Ronnie, your 2 sons, your nieces and nephew, miss you as well. May you continue to rest in peace. I love you till the day we meet again.
It's my cousin, Thomas Anthony Casoria, firefighter from Engine Company 22, to the nearly 3,000 people who died on 9/11, as well as the thousands who have died since from the diseases they developed, to our first responders who died trying to save lives on 9/11, you are our heroes, your memory is alive in our hearts, and your sacrifice is honored today and every day.
Montgomery McCullough Horde.
Michael Joseph Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horoho Jr.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Horwitz.
Charles J. Houston.
Uhuru G. Houston.
Angela M. Houts.
George Gerard Howard.
Brady K. Howell.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howey.
Milagros Romata.
Marianne R. Hurichak.
Stephen Hutchcove Jr.
Chris Robert Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert T. Hughes Jr.
Thomas F. Hughes Jr.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susan Huey.
Lamar Demetrius Hulse.
John Nicholas Humber Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Gerard Hunter.
Peggy M. Hurt.
Robert R. Husa.
Stephen N. Highland Jr.
Robert J. Heimel.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Iannelli.
Zutu Ibis.
Jonathan Lee Ielpi.
Michael Patrick Eichen.
Daniel Ilkaneyev.
Frederick J. Ill Jr.
And my uncle, firefighter Salvatore Benedetto Calabro.
And my aunt, Nancy Diaz. We miss you every passing day. There isn't a day where our family does not think about you. All I can say is that your daughter misses you very much, and we give out food in your name as you would do if you were in our position. We miss you every day, and God bless America.
Abraham Nathaniel Ilowitz,
Anthony P. Alfonte Jr.,
Louis S. Inglaterra,
Christopher Noble Ingracia,
Paul Inella,
Stephanie Veronica Ibery,
Douglas Jason Eargang,
Christian Irving Ryan,
Todd Antione Isaac,
Eric Hans in Bronston,
Taizo Ishikawa,
Wally Joseph Inskander,
Aram Iskandarian Jr.,
John F. Eiskin,
Kashugi Ito,
Alexander Valovich Instroff,
Lacey Bernard Ivory,
Virginia May Lombowski,
Brian C. Jack,
Brooke Alexander Jackman,
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs,
Arul Lewis Jacobs,
Jason Kyle Jacobs,
Michael G. Jacobs,
Stephen A. Jacobson,
Stephen D. Jacoby,
Ricknoth Jaggernoth,
Jake Dennis Gadova,
Udavir S. Jane,
Maria Quebec,
Robert Adrian Jalbert,
Ernest James,
Griselda E. James,
Mark Stephen Jardim,
Amy Nicole Jarrett,
Mamadou Jawada,
Francois Jean-Pierre,
Maximilian Jean Pierre,
Paul Edward Jeffers,
John Charles Jenkins,
and my husband, Fire Safety Director Robert J. Mayo. I wish in some way you are viewing through my proud eyes to see our precious granddaughter who carries your name forward, and the light of our lives, our resilient, sweet son, along with the support of his beautiful, supportive wife, who has allowed his grief to subside in order to thrive, to be an incredible, loving husband and father. I miss you terribly. I'm proud of your service. You're my hero, and we must never forget.
and my sister Abigail Medina, which I always have the hope in meeting up again. And Abby, this is from your daughter, Enid. On 9/11, I lost my best friend. My mom was my guide emotionally, spiritually, and even just as a New York fashionista. Everything came so effortlessly to her, and I always admire that. Her words felt rich and meaningful. They kept an everlasting impression to instill on my three daughters, not only for me, but for all her family who got left behind. She was a light in our family that will never go out. Thank you.
Joseph Jenkins Jr.,
Alan Keith Jensen,
Prem Nath Jarath,
Farah Judy,
Wadar Gian,
Eliza Jimenez Jr.,
Luis Jimenez Jr.,
Charles Gregory John,
Nicholas John,
Dennis M. Johnson,
Lashona Johnson,
Scott Michael Johnson,
William R. Johnston,
Allison Hartzman Jones,
Arthur Joseph Jones III,
Brian Leander Jones,
Charles Edward Jones,
Christopher D. Jones,
Donald T. Jones II,
Donald W. Jones,
Judith Lauder Jones,
Linda Jones,
Mary S. Jones,
Andrew Brian Jordan Sr.,
Robert Thomas Jordan,
Albert Gunnis Joseph,
Ingeborg Joseph,
Carl Henry Joseph,
Stephen Joseph,
Jane Eileen Josiah,
Anthony Jovic,
Angel All Warbay Jr.,
Karen Sue Juday,
Ann C. Judge,
Father Michael F. Judge.
Paul Williams Jurgens.
Thomas Edward Jurgens.
Shashikiran Lakshmikanta Kadabba.
Gavharoy Kamardanova.
Sherry Candle.
And my uncle, firefighter John G. Chipora, Engine 219. Uncle John, while I do not remember the 9 months I had with you, your accomplishments and personality have always been a constant in my life. When I see Boy Scouts, Marines, police officers, or firefighters, my thoughts go to you and your life of service. When I see acts of kindness, determination, and above all loyalty, I think of you and everything my father and aunts have told me about your dedication to our family. I have grown in the light of your memory, and it has made me a better person. I hold these thoughts close today, and I say a prayer for you, as well as the other victims and their families. May you and every victim of this tragic day always be honored and remembered.
And my brother Anil Umarkar. Anil, today is your daughter Womika's first day of graduate school. Please give her your blessings and keep smiling on her. And my husband Ganesh K. Ladkat. Honey, I love you. I miss you. You'll be happy to know that I'm married now to a wonderful man who's a volunteer firefighter in our town, takes care of me every single day. I love you and looking forward to seeing you soon.
Howard Lee Kane.
Jennifer Lynn Kane.
Vincent D. Kane.
Jun Ku Kang.
Sheldon Robert Cantor.
Deborah H. Kaplan.
Robin Lynn Kaplan.
Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr.
Charles H. Kaczynski.
William A. Carnes.
Douglas Jean Karpoloff.
Charles L. Casper.
Andrew K. Cates.
John A. Katsamatides.
Robert Michael Colfers.
Don Jerome Kauth Jr.
Hidea Kawachi.
Edward T. Keene.
Richard M. Keene.
Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin.
Carol Ann Kiesler.
Barbara A. Keating.
Paul Hanlon Keating.
Leo Russell Keene III.
Brenda Kegler.
Chandler Raymond Keller.
Joseph John Keller.
Peter R. Kellerman.
Joseph P. Kellett.
Frederick H. Kelly III.
James Joseph Kelly.
Joseph A. Kelly.
Maurice P. Kelly.
Richard John Kelly Jr.
Thomas Michael Kelly.
Thomas Richard Kelly.
Thomas W. Kelly.
Timothy Colin Kelly.
William Hill Kelly Jr.
Robert Clinton Kennedy.
And my uncle, Ian Schneider, who I know would be so proud of his beautiful family, Cheryl, Sophie, Rachel, and Jake. We miss you in the good times and the bad, but most of the times the good, because you made everything that much better. Yo, dude.
And my father, Keith Coleman, and my uncle, Scott Coleman. Not a day goes by that we don't wish you were here and think about you. Thank you for leaving a legacy so strong that your memory lives on. Thank you to the first responders, the United States military, and those who continue to fight the war on terror every day. Please pray for those still suffering from the effects of 9/11 and the families left with the void. God bless America. United we stand.
Thomas J. Kennedy, Yvonne E. Kennedy, John Richard Keohane, Ralph Francis Kershaw, Ronald T. Kerwin, Howard L. Kestenbaum, Douglas D. Ketchum, Ruth Ellen Kettler, Boris Califf, Norma Cruz Khan, Sarah Khan, Taimur Faraz Khan, Rahesh Handawal, Seilai Ku, Michael Vernon Kiefer, Satoshi Kikuchihara, Andrew Jaehoon Kim, Lawrence Don Kim, Mary Jo Kimmelman, Heinrich Kimmig, Karen Ann Kincaid, Amy R. King, Andrew M. King, Lucille Teresa King, Robert King Jr., Lisa King Johnson, Brian K. Kinney, Takashi Kinoshita, Chris Michael Kirby, Robert Kirkpatrick, Howard Barry Kirschbaum, Glenn Davis Kerwin, Helen Crossan Kittle, Richard Joseph Claris, Peter Anton Klein, Alan David Kleinberg, Karen Joyce Klitzman, Ronald Philip Clofer, Stephen A. Knapp, Eugenie Niazaviv, and my grandfather, Edward Calderon. Papa, I never met you, but from the stories I've heard, I feel like you're my best friend. I felt your presence in many ways, from walking down the aisle with me for my 8th grade graduation to my first day of high school. You impacted many people, including myself. Whenever we speak of this dreadful tragedy in school, I always bring you up. I've learned many things about you. You're caring, funny, outgoing, and most importantly, a hero. I'm proud to say I spent all 14 years of my life looking up to you. I aspire to be just like you, an actor, singer, and dancer. I hope I made you proud in all my school plays, even though I know you're in the front row looking right at me. I love you always, and God bless America. And my uncle, Martín Morales en Puertecal. Tío Martín, han pasado 23 años sin tu presencia física, pero de nuestros corazones jamás has partido, y así seguirás por siempre. Gracias por ser nuestro ángel.
Andrew James Knox,
Thomas Patrick Knox,
Rebecca Lee Kabori,
Deborah A. Kobus,
Gary Edward Ketchler,
Frank J. Costner,
Ryan Cohart,
Vanessa Lynn Shabislo Kolpak,
Irina Kolpakova,
Suzanne Rose Kondratenko,
Abdullah Kone,
Bonsiok Ku,
Dorada Kopasitko,
Scott Michael Kopitko,
Bohan George Kastish,
Danielle Kasulis,
David P. Kovalsin,
John J. Kren,
William Edward Krukowski,
Ludmila Casido,
Toshiya Kuge,
Shekhar Kumar,
Kenneth Bruce Kumpel,
Frederick Ku Jr.,
Patricia A. Koras,
Nauka Kushitani,
Thomas Joseph Kuvaikis,
Victor Kwarkai,
Raymond Kui Phi Kwok,
Angela Reed Kite,
Andrew Lacorte,
Carol Ann LaPlante,
Jeffrey G. Latouche,
Catherine L. Labori,
Amarnath Lachman,
Ganesh K. Ladkit,
James Patrick Lodley,
Joseph A. LaFosse,
Jeanette Louise Lafond Mendocina,
David James LaForge,
and my husband, Brian Joseph Murphy. Although I miss you every day, I feel your presence wherever I may be. You taught me how to love fully with all of your heart and soul. You introduced me to unconditional loving as the true meaning of life. I am forever grateful for our time together, for our children, Jessica and Layla, and for your wonderful family whom I cherish. Thank you, New York, for continuing to honor the victims of 9/11 and for the privilege of reading their names.
and my father, Manuel João de Moda Jr. On my way here this morning, I thought how I woke up at the same time. I left the same house. I drove the same route. And I came to the same place my father came to 23 years ago. My father, Manuel, left this life suddenly, and he left this life too soon, before I had the opportunity to meet him. But this memorial and the people we lost on that horrible morning serve as a reminder to all of us to cherish what matters most: family. I love you, Dad, and not a day goes by where I don't think of you. Your wife, siblings, children, family, and friends all love and miss you very much. Thank you.
Michael Patrick Lafort,
Alan Charles LaFrance,
Juan Mendez Lafuente,
Neil Kwangwa Lai,
Vincent Anthony Leta,
William David Lake,
Franco Lalama,
Chow Kwan Lam,
Michael S. Lamama,
Stephen LaMancha,
Amy Hope Lanzoff,
Robert T. Lane,
Brendan Mark Lang,
Roseanne P. Lang,
Vanessa Lang Langer,
Mary Lou Langley,
Peter J. Langone,
Thomas Michael Langone,
Michelle Bernadette Lanza,
Ruth Sheila Lappin,
Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee,
Robin Blair Larkey,
Judith Camilla LaRoque,
Christopher Randall Larrabee,
Hamadou S. Larry,
Scott Larson,
John Adam Larson,
Natalie Janice Lasden,
Gary Edward Lasco,
Nicholas Craig Lassman,
Paul Lazinski,
Charles A. Lorenzen,
Stephen James Laria,
Maria Lavache,
Dennis Francis Lavelle,
Janine Mary Laverde,
Anna A. Laverty,
Stephen Lawn,
Robert A. Lawrence Jr.,
Nathaniel Lawson.
and my wife, Arlene Ava Freed. We love you and will miss you forever. And you would be so proud of your daughters and grandchildren. We all love you. Thank you.
And my big brother, Andrew Ira Rosenblum. Over the last 2 decades, Andrew, your 2 young sons have grown into fine young men with families of their own. You have 4 grandchildren that are absolutely beautiful. They are your legacy. You will live through them. We love you and we think of you every day. Every day is a gift. Let's all remember that. Thank you to local law enforcement, our military, our first responders, and our intelligence services that have kept us safe for these last 23 years. God bless the United States of America.
David W. Lachek,
Eugene Gabriel Lazar,
James Patrick Leahy,
Joseph Gerard Levy,
Neil J. Levy,
Robert G. LeBlanc,
Leon Labor,
Kenneth Charles Leday,
Alan J. Liederman,
Elena F. Ledesma,
Alexis Leduc,
Daniel John Lee,
David S. Lee,
Dong Chul Lee,
Gary H. Lee,
Yoon Jun Lee,
Juanita Lee,
Catherine Blair Lee,
Linda C. Lee,
Lorraine Mary Green Lee,
Stuart Sue Jin Lee,
Richard Y. C. Lee,
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz,
Yang Der Lee,
Edward Joseph Lehman,
Adriana Legro,
David R. Leisman,
Eric Lehrfeld,
Joseph Anthony Lenahan,
David Prudencio Lamagne,
John Robinson Lenore,
John Joseph Lennon Jr.,
Matthew G. Leonard,
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.,
Charles A. L'Esperance,
Michael Lepore,
John Dennis Levi,
Jeff Levin,
and my brother, firefighter Paul Hanley Keating. Paulie ran to the South Tower and walked into heaven. We miss him every day. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand.
Alicia Karen Levin, and my uncle Charles Gregory Costello Jr. While many ran from the towers that morning, you ran inside to save others. You will always be missed. You will always be my hero. You will never be forgotten, and you will always be my amazing Uncle Chuck. We love you and we miss you so much.
Neil David Levin,
Robert Levine,
Robert Michael Levine,
Shai Levenhar,
Daniel M. Lewin,
Adam J. Lewis,
Jennifer Lewis,
Kenneth E. Lewis,
Margaret Susan Lewis,
Yi Wei Liang,
Orosri Liang Thunasarn,
Daniel F. Libretti,
Ralph Michael Lichardi,
Edward Lichtshine,
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen,
Stephen Barry Lilienthal,
Carlos R. Lilo,
Craig Damian Lilor,
Arnold Arboleda Lim,
Daria Lin,
Wei Rong Lin,
Nikki L. Lindo,
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.,
Robert Thomas Linane,
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.,
Diane Teresa Lepari,
Kenneth P. Lira Aravala,
Francisco Alberto Liriano,
Lorraine Lisi,
Paul Listen,
Vincent M. Lito,
Ming Hao Lu,
Nancy Liz,
Harold Liscano,
Martin Lazul,
George Andrew Janis,
Elizabeth C. Logler,
Catherine Lisa Luguidice,
Jerome Robert Lohez,
Michael William Lomax,
and my aunt, Larissa Ceylon Taylor. Everyone loves and misses you dearly, Auntie. And if our love could keep you alive, you would have lived forever.
And my uncle, Anthony Portillo. You've been reunited with Grandpa and Didzy. We thank you for the laughs that you shared with us, the love that you've given us, for everything. Please keep watching over the family. We miss you. We will always love you. To the members of Engine Company 226, the 6 members that we lost, may God bless you. God bless the company. God bless our friend and big brother, Peter Anthony Kyoto, that we lost to 9/11 related illness. And God bless our friend, our brother, Mark Anthony Batista. We love you. We miss you. Thank you.
Stephen V. Long.
Laura Maria Longing.
Salvatore P. Lopez.
Daniel Lopez.
George Lopez.
Luis Manuel Lopez.
Maclovio Lopez Jr.
Manuel L. Lopez.
Joseph Lestrangelo.
Chet Deck Louis.
Stuart Side Lewis.
Joseph Lovero.
Sarah Elizabeth Lowe.
Jenny Sue Kwang Lo Wang.
Michael W. Lowe.
Gary W. Logier.
John P. Lozowski.
Charles Peter Lucania.
Edward Hobbs Luckett II.
Mark Gavin Ludvigsen.
Lee Charles Ludwig.
Sean Thomas Lugano.
Daniel Lugo.
Marie Lucas.
William Lum Jr.
Michael P. London.
Christopher E. Lunder.
Anthony Luparello.
Gary Frederick Lutnick.
Linda Ann Luzicone.
Alexander Ligon.
C.C. Lyles.
Farrell Peter Lynch.
James Francis Lynch.
James T. Lynch Jr.
Louise A. Lynch.
Michael Cameron Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Michael Francis Lynch.
Richard D. Lynch Jr.
And my uncle, firefighter John G. Chapora. I wish I did not have to be reading your name today. I wish we could have shared birthdays, holidays, and celebrations together over the past 23 years. I wish your compassion and bravery could have saved everyone in the buildings. But what I do have is pride in your commitment and bravery to go into those buildings that day and save lives, especially your sister and my Aunt Nancy. I've heard endless stories of your contagious laughter and your gift for comforting others. Most importantly, I have your smile, and I will treasure that always.
Each name represents a story, a family, a life forever changed. We will remember them with deep respect and love, ensuring that their memory lives on and in our hearts. As we say each name, let us reflect on the courage, the kindness, and the spirit of those we lost. We carry their memory forward, and we honor their legacy today and always. I searched online for the names I've read today, and I heard for each and every one of us here. Wish we didn't have to be here. We don't agree on a lot of things, but we do agree that we don't want families to go through this terrorist, again, this hurt. My only brother, Ruben Esquilin Jr., my cousin, Jose Angel Martinez Jr., still hard to believe it's been 23 years. It still feels like yesterday. Ruben, I miss you. I miss your silly ways. You are Donnie and I'm Marie always, even though you never remember the lyrics. And Ruben, please continue to watch over the family, especially Mommy. We love you. We miss your beautiful smile forever in our hearts. Your baby sister, Eileen, your sisters, Priscilla and Mary, nephew, Greg, and niece, Ruben, named after you, and Ronaldo and Joey, your brother-in-laws. United we stand. God bless America.
Robert Henry Lynch Jr.
Sean P. Lynch.
Sean Patrick Lynch.
Terrence M. Lynch.
Michael J. Lyons.
Monica Ann Lyons.
Naheeman Lyons IV.
Patrick John Lyons.
Robert Francis Mace.
Marianne McFarland.
Jan Matsievsky.
Susan A. Mackey.
William Macko.
Catherine Fairfax McCrae.
Richard Blaine Madden.
Simon Madison.
Noel C. Myers.
Jenny Ann Maffeo.
Joseph Maffeo.
J. Robert Magazine.
Brian McGee.
Charles W. McGee.
Joseph V. McGiddy.
Ronald Magnuson.
Daniel L. Mayer.
Thomas A. Mahan.
William J. Mahoney.
Joseph Daniel Mayo.
Linda C. Mayer Grayling.
Takashi Makimoto.
Abdul Ali Malahi.
Deborah I. Maldonado.
Myrna T. Maldonado Augusto.
Alfred Russell Mailer.
Gregory James Malone.
Edward Francis Maloney III.
Joseph E. Maloney.
Jean Edward Malloy.
Christian H. Maltby.
Francisco Miguel Mancini.
And my uncle Richard Michael Cadriano. This is my second year of having the honor of reading the names of those we lost on this day. Although I never got a chance to meet my uncle, I've learned so much about the type of person he was. He loved sports, especially the Dallas Cowboys. He was a great friend, brother, son, and nephew. He had a dry sense of humor and a smile that could light up a room. I recently learned of a 911 call he made on the dreadful day, showing how brave he was even in his final moments. In your memory, I will continue reading the names for years to come. We love you, Uncle Richie, and you will always be in our hearts.
And my father, Paul Ortiz Jr. 23 years have gone by since my family lost the brightest light they've ever known, and I'm so lucky to have the love from all of those who knew and loved you. There's so much I wish you were here for, but I know you've been by my side all along. Your memory lives within me, and I couldn't be prouder to be your daughter.
Joseph Mangano.
Sarah Elizabeth Manley.
Deborah A. Manetta.
Marion Victoria Manning.
Terrence John Manning.
James Maunice.
Alfred Giles Padre Joseph Marchand.
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.
Laura McCasey.
Hilda Marson.
Peter Edward Mardikian.
Edward Joseph Mardovich.
Charles Joseph Margiata.
Louis Neil Mariani.
Kenneth Joseph Marino.
Lester V. Marino.
Vita Marino.
Kevin D. Marlowe.
Jose Juan Marrero.
John Daniel Marshall.
Shelley A. Marshall.
James Martello.
Michael A. Marty.
Karen Ann Martin.
Peter C. Martin.
Teresa M. Martin.
William J. Martin Jr.
Brian E. Martineau.
Betsy Martinez.
Edward J. Martinez.
Jose Hanel Martinez Jr.
Robert Gabriel Martinez.
Waleska Martinez.
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon.
Paul Richard Martini.
Anne Marie Martino Kramer.
Joseph A. Mascali.
Bernard Mascarenas.
Stephen Frank Macy.
Ada L. Mason Acker.
And my brother George William Morrell, who gave great joy to his family and friends and showed us the importance of kindness and generosity. And thank you, George, for your courage in the 1993 bombing. Your spirit is unforgettable. I love you.
And my brother, Daniel James Gallagher. 23 years ago, my 23-year-old brother went to work and never came home.
Life is dimmer without you here, but your memory shines brightly on in our hearts. Thank you.
Nicholas George Massa,
Patricia Ann Cimaroli Masari,
Michael Massaroli,
Philip William Mastrandrea Jr.,
Rudy Mastriona Cinque,
Joseph Mathai,
Charles William Mathers,
William A. Matheson,
Marcella Matriciano,
Margaret Elaine Mattick,
Dean E. Matson,
Robert D. Matson,
Walter A. Matusa, Jr.,
Timothy J. Maud,
Joe Morrow Campbell,
Charles A. Morrow Jr.,
Charles J. Morrow,
Dorothy Morrow,
Nancy T. Morrow,
Robert J. Maxwell,
Renee A. May,
Tyrone May,
Keith Roy Marcellus Maynard,
Robert J. Mayo,
Kathy N. Mazza,
Edward Mazzella Jr.,
Jennifer Lynn Mazzotta,
Kaara Mabaya,
James Joseph McClary Jr.,
Brian Gerard McClesey,
Patricia Ann McKenney,
Colin R. MacArthur,
John Kevin McAvoy,
Kenneth M. McBrayer,
Brendan F. McCabe,
Michael McCabe,
Thomas Joseph McCann,
Justin McCarthy,
Kevin M. McCarthy,
Michael Desmond McCarthy,
and my brother and friend, Dennis Michael Edwards. On his headstone, there's an inscription. There's a land between the living and the dead, and the bridge is love. You will always be remembered and always be loved.
my father, Walter A. Matuza Jr. Always remembered, never forgotten. We all love you. We miss you every day. And next year, I get to marry my best friend. Wish you got to meet her. Don't worry, I'll save you a seat in the front.
Robert G. McCarthy,
Stanley McCatskill,
Katie Marie McCloskey,
Juliana Valentine McCourt,
Ruth Magdalene McCourt,
Charles Austin McCran,
Tonielle F. McDay,
Matthew T. McDermott,
Joseph P. McDonald,
Brian Grady McDonald,
Michael P. McDonald,
John F. McDowell Jr.,
Eamon J. McEnany,
John Thomas McCarolyn Jr.,
Daniel Francis McKinley,
Mark Ryan McGinley,
William E. McGinn,
Thomas Henry McGinnis,
Michael Gregory McGinty,
Ann Walsh McGovern,
Scott Martin McGovern,
William J. McGovern,
Stacy Senes McGowan,
Francis Noel McGuinn,
Thomas F. McGinnis Jr.,
Patrick J. McGuire,
Thomas M. McHale,
Keith David McHeffy,
Ann M. McHugh,
Dennis J. McHugh III,
Dennis P. McHugh,
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.,
Robert G. McIlvaine,
Donald James McIntyre,
Stephanie Marie McKenna,
Molly L. McKenzie,
Barry J. McKeon,
Evelyn C. McKinnedy,
Daryl Laren McKinney,
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.,
and to the eternal beauty that was my cousin, Janine Nicole Gonzalez. Your 28th birthday was only days away when this tragedy occurred, and I can't even fathom what your last thoughts could have been. Did you panic? Were you calm? I'm 29 years old now, and although I was only 6 years old at the time, One can never forget such a fiery and fierce spirit. Your energy was that of a bridge between other souls, as your presence was all that was needed to bring people together. You see, Janine worked at the insurance company in the South Tower on the 102nd floor, but she aspired to be an event planner, someone who could coordinate concerts for Latin and hip-hop bands. Her drive and passion still live on through myself and my family. I'm reminded today, as I look at all of you courageous people, that us New Yorkers are a force to be reckoned with. Despite our differences, we are able to find a common ground in our pain and our strength. There's a certain resilience that can only be found here in this melting pot, but maybe I'm a little biased. I'm sending you all healing energy. May our loved ones rest in love and light.
And my father, Police Officer Paul Talty, we love and miss you always.
Robert C. McLaughlin, Jr.
Gavin McMahon.
Robert D. McMahon.
Edmund M. McNally.
Daniel Walker McNeil.
Walter Arthur McNeil.
Christine Sheila McNulty.
Sean Peter McNulty.
Robert William McPatton.
Terrence A. McShane.
Timothy Patrick McSweeney.
Martin E. McWilliams.
Rocco A. McDalia.
Abigail Medina.
Anna Eris Medina.
Damian Meehan.
William J. Meehan, Jr.
Aluk Kumar Mehta.
Raymond Meisenheimer.
Manuel Emilio Mahia.
Escadar Malaku.
Antonio Melendez.
Mary P. Melendez.
Christopher D. Mello.
Yolanda Melnuchenko.
Stuart Todd Meltzer.
Diaurelia Giovanna Mena.
Dora Marie Menchaca.
Charles R. Mendez.
Lizette Mendoza.
Siobhan Alicia Mentis.
Wolfgang Peter Menzel.
Steve John Mercado.
Wilfredo Mercado.
Wesley Mercer.
Ralph Joseph Mercurio.
Alan Harvey Merdinger.
George L. Marino.
Amel Josefina Marino.
George Mercuris.
And my uncle, James Patrick Leahy. NYPD Officer James Patrick Leahy of the 6th Precinct. What a true hero you were to run into the towers to save people in a time of distress, never hesitating even though it was your life that could not be saved. You will always be a hero and left a legacy never to be forgotten. It is an honor to commemorate my uncle along with all of the other individuals that lost their lives 23 years ago. Thank you, keep remembering, and continue to show kindness every day.
And my brother, New York State Court Officer Sergeant Mitchell Scott Wallace. We miss you terribly, and not a day goes by that we do not feel your presence. As the years go by, it does not get easier. Mom, Brian, Logan, Lindsay, our entire family and friends that knew you were blessed to have you as their guardian angel and inspiration. There are so many new faces in the family now, and I only wish they could hear your crazy, wicked sense of humor or watch you react with compassion and strength when someone needs help, which was precisely what you were doing on 9/11. As this morning shows, the world will never forget you or any of the victims that day. I hope that wherever life took you 23 years ago is a better place, a place where you are with Dad, and a place where we will meet again. God bless all the victims and their families.
Deborah Merrick.
Raymond Joseph Metz III.
Jill Ann Metzler.
David Robert Meyer.
Narul Mia.
William Edward Michiuli.
Martin Paul Michaelstein.
Patricia E. Mickley.
Ronald D. Nilam.
Peter Teague Milano.
Gregory Milanowicz.
Lukasz Tomasz Milewski.
Sharon Christina Milan.
Corey Peter Miller.
Craig J. Miller.
Douglas C. Miller.
Henry Alfred Miller Jr.
Joel Miller.
Michael Matthew Miller.
Nicole Carol Miller.
Philip D. Miller.
Robert Allen Miller.
Robert Cromwell Miller Jr.
Benny Millman.
Charles M. Mills Jr.
Ronald Keith Milstein.
Robert Minara.
William George Minardi.
Louis Joseph Minervino.
Thomas Mingione.
Wilbert Mariah.
Dominic N. Merkovich.
Rajesh Arjan Mirpuri.
Joseph D. Mistruli.
Susan J. Mishkovich.
Paul Thomas Mitchell.
Richard P. Muccio.
Jeffrey Peter Mladnick.
Frank V. Mochia Sr.
Louis Joseph Modafferi.
And my dad, Arkady Zaltzman. Two major things, Dad. This past year, I became a mom for the first time. It's been the biggest blessing of my life. Our daughter, Adeline, is named after you. Wish you could be here to be her grandpa. Second thing, even though we come from a family of Russian immigrants, you were always such a proud New Yorker and such a proud American. And when you were an architect, you promised to build us a home and that it would have an American flag waving from it. So I promise you, when I have my own home, we'll definitely put an American flag in your honor. Love you so much. Wish you could have been here for all of us.
And my husband, Stephen J. Weinberg. Stephen, it's almost impossible to comprehend how many years have passed without you with us. Our children aren't children anymore. We have a son who's now a husband, a son living his dream in Los Angeles, and your daughter is approaching 10 years with the New York Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in New York. Stephen, you will be forever missed and always remembered as a devoted and loving husband, father, son, son-in-law, brother, brother-in-law, uncle, and especially special friend you were to many. We are all grateful you were with us for far too short a time. Your legacy lives on in all of us. Keep watching over us as you eat chocolate-covered pretzels, and we will continue to make you proud.
Boy Mohammed.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel D. Mojica Jr.
Kleber Rolando Molina.
Manuel de Jesus Molina.
Carl Molinaro.
Justin John Molisani Jr.
Brian Patrick Monaghan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Gerard Monahan.
Kristen Lee Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Michael G. Montisi.
Carlos Alberto Montoya.
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Cheryl Ann Monyak.
Thomas Carlo Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna V. Murthy.
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
Sonia Mercedes Morales Populo.
Gerard P. Moran, Jr.
John Christopher Moran.
John Michael Moran.
Kathleen Moran.
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse.
George William Morell.
Stephen P. Morello.
Vincent S. Morello.
Yvette Nicole Moreno.
Dorothy Morgan.
Richard J. Morgan.
Nancy Morgenstern.
Shanae Mori.
Blanca Robertina Morocho.
Leonel Geronimo Morocho.
Dennis Gerard Maroney.
And my father, Norberto Hernandez. We love you and we miss you.
And my brother, Bernard Petronico. Bernard, we still feel the pain of your devastating loss, and we feel your presence in our growing family, in our grandchildren, and in the upcoming weddings of your nephews. We love you, we miss you so much, and you will be forever alive in our hearts. We will never forget you.
Lynn Irene Morris.
Odessa V. Morris.
Seth Allen Morris.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martell Morrison.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Moscal.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Matroni.
Cynthia Modis Wilson.
Yuri A. Machinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mozillo.
Stephen Vincent Muldery.
Richard T. Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Francisco Hilario Munoz.
Carlos Mario Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert Michael Murock.
Cesar Augusto Murillo.
Mark A. Marolo.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James F. Murphy IV.
James Thomas Murphy.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick Jude Murphy.
Patrick Sean Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
And my father, Alexander Ortiz. I want to thank everyone in attendance today, and especially for the opportunity to be here today, and it's an honor and a privilege. I am happy to remember my dad as a hero and a brave man. Love and peace to all, and God bless America.
And my mom, Susan Marie Klein, we love you and miss you every day.
Robert Eddie Murphy, Jr.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Ray.
Louis J. Nackey II.
Robert E. Nagel.
Mildred Rose Naaman.
Takamoya Nakamura.
Alexander John Robert Napier.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Philip Napolitano.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone Jr.
Monica K. Narella.
Sean M. Nisani.
Narendra Myth.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Joseph M. Navas.
Francis Joseph Nazario.
Glenroy I. Neblett,
Raymond Marcus Neblett.
Jerome D. Ned,
Lawrence F. Nadell.
Luke G. Nee,
Pete Negron.
Lori Ann Niera,
Ann N. Nelson.
David William Nelson,
Ginger Risco Nelson.
James A. Nelson,
Michelle Ann Nelson.
Peter Allen Nelson,
Oscar Francis Nesbitt.
Gerard Terrence Nevins,
Renee Traytalt Newell.
Christopher C. Newton,
Christopher Newton Carter.
Nancy Uringo,
And my cousin, Craig Damian Lalore. This anniversary, I am nearly the same age my cousin was when he passed away 23 years ago, 30. In reflection of that somber fact, I came across Psalm 34:14. Turn from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. So how do I and we as a country do good 23 years later to honor them? Today, it seems everyone knows the name of the next star athlete, entertainer, public figure, and can name the next can't-miss consumer product. But we all made a promise to never forget. So I invite the country and the world to please become more knowledgeable of our loved ones' names. Learn who they were, what they stood for, and what they were robbed of. Let's speak more of the names and the legacies of the victims of 9/11, not just on the anniversary. That is one of the many ways we as a nation can do good in spite of the evil from that day. May God bless my cousin, may God bless your loved ones, and may God bless the United States of America.
and my brother Thomas Patrick Knox. I lost my brother Thomas Patrick Knox on 9/11. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. On behalf of Tommy's wonderful wife Nancy and my parents and siblings and our extended family and countless friends, we all hold you close to our hearts forever. And we love you all the way over the universe, Tommy. God bless America.
Kong Nagak Nagoyan.
Jody Tepedino Nucella.
Kathleen Ann Nikosha.
Martin Stewart Niederer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Nestat Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimbley.
John Valentine Niven.
Catherine McCary Novak.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. Noth.
Daniel R. Nolan.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Grant Norton.
Daniela Rosalia Notaro.
Brian Christopher Novotny.
Soichi Numata.
Brian Nunez.
Jose Nunez.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James A. Oakley.
Dennis Patrick Oberg.
James P. O'Brien Jr.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Scott J. O'Brien.
Dennis James O'Connor Jr.
Daniel O'Callahan.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Richard J. O'Connor.
Amy O'Doherty.
Monty Pont O'Doherty.
Douglas E. Elschlager.
Takashi Ogawa.
Albert Ogletree.
And my cousin Stephen J. Fiorelli. Steve, words could never express how much you are missed and loved.
And my cousin, Howard G. Gelling, Jr. On the day he was born, my family was forever changed. On the day he was taken, our country was forever changed. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. And if I could say one thing, divided, we are Americant. United, we are American. God bless you all.
Philip Paul Ognebeni.
John A. Oganowski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Otis.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerald Thomas O'Leary.
Christine Ann Olander.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward K. Oliver.
Leah Elizabeth Oliver.
Eric Taub Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Barbara K. Olson.
Maureen Lyons Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony.
Toshihiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Peter J. O'Neill, Jr.
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill.
Betty Ann Ong.
Michael C. Opperman.
Christopher T. Orgilowicz.
Margaret Quinn Orlowski.
Virginia Ann Ormiston.
Ruben S. Ornado.
Kevin M. O'Rourke.
Ronald Orsini.
Peter Keith Ortali.
Juan Ortega Campos.
Jane Marie Orth.
Alexander Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Emilio Pete Ortiz.
Pablo Ortiz.
And my brother, Donald Walter Robertson, Jr. Donnie, this day never gets any easier. Words can never express how much you are loved and missed. Your legacy and your spirit lives on through your family and friends, especially your 4 amazing children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, and Kevin. And now, your beautiful granddaughter, baby Ella. Donnie, we always keep your memory alive by doing good through your Team Shamrock and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We hope we make you proud. We choose to remember how you lived, so large, so full of life, so kind, so generous, rather than how you left us. This anniversary is not only a moment to honor those we lost, but is a reminder to all of you how far we've come and how resilient we are as a nation. This is a statement how grief and pain of that fateful day can turn it into a source of strength and purpose, and how we can take this unforgettable tragedy and turn this into this beautiful tribute. We vow to never forget those 2,977 souls who left us that day. I love you, Donnie. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
And my mother, Sarah Khan. Mom, there are no words to express my gratitude for the love and guidance you've bestowed upon me. Even in death, your spirit lives on in my heart, guiding me through life's challenges. I hold you dearly in my heart and cherish our memories together. Your beautiful smile and soul will forever live on through us.
Paul Ortiz, Jr.
Sonia Ortiz.
Masaru Osei.
Patrick J. O'Shea.
Robert William O'Shea.
Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva.
James R. Ostrowski.
Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan.
Jason Douglas Oswald,
Michael John Otten,
Isidro D. Ottenwalder,
Michael Shung U,
Todd Joseph Oida,
Jesus Ovales,
Peter J. Owens Jr.,
Arianes Oyola,
Angel M. Pabon Jr.,
Israel Pabon Jr.,
Roland Pacheco,
Michael Benjamin Packer,
Diana B. Padro,
Deepa Pakala,
Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo,
Thomas Palazzo,
Richard A. Palazzolo,
Oreo Joseph Palmer,
Frank Anthony Palumbo,
Alan N. Palumbo,
Christopher Matthew Panettiere,
Dominique Lisa Pandolfo,
Jonas Martin Panic,
Paul J. Pansini,
John M. Paolillo,
Edward Joseph Papa,
Salvatore T. Papasso,
James Nicholas Papa George,
Marie Papalardo,
Vinod Kumar Parakat,
Vijay Yashankar Paramsothi,
Nitin Ramesh Parankar,
and my sister Gabriela Silvina Weissman. My family remembers my sister Gabby today as we do so on so many different times throughout the year. One of my biggest sorrows in life is knowing that my kids missed out on having a wonderful, one-of-a-kind aunt in their lives. We keep Gabby's memory alive by telling stories, remembering her infectious laugh, her great sense of humor, and her willingness to help others as she did on 9/11/2001 by volunteering to be here. My parents came to this ceremony every year since it was started until they no longer could. In February, we lost my father, and he always said we must continue to come here every year and bear witness to the names of those lost so that the world will always remember. Hearing the names here every year is just a small way to do that, so we will continue to come here every year to honor those lost. My never-ending gratitude to all of the first responders who sacrificed their own lives to save others on that day. Thank you also to the members of our armed forces and our wounded warriors for their sacrifices and for continuing to fight for our country and to protect us all. Please remember them and support them as well.
and my Titi Giovanna Porras. Titi, we all love and miss you. We know you're with us every single day. We ask to continue to watch over us, especially Grandma and Grandpa and your niece Ava. Today is a sad day, but I'm also very proud to be here every single year just to see how strong we continue to be and never forget. And also, it makes me proud to be a New Yorker because I know despite us being here and everything happened to us this day 23 years ago, we never gave up and we'll never forget.
Pardai Parbu,
James Weldon Parham,
Deborah Marie Paris,
George Paris,
Guy Young Park,
Philip Lacey Parker,
Michael Elaine Parks,
Robert E. Parks Jr.,
Hashmukh C. Parmar,
Robert Paro,
Diane Marie Parsons,
Leobardo Lopez Pascual,
Michael J. Pascuma Jr.,
Gerald Hughes Paskins,
Horace Robert Passananti,
Suzanne H. Passaro,
Avnish Raman Bai Patel,
Deepti Patel,
Manish Patel,
Stephen Bennett Patterson,
James Matthew Patrick,
Manuel D. Petrosino,
Bernard E. Patterson,
Clifford L. Patterson Jr.,
Sarah Marie Patty,
Robert E. Pattison,
James Robert Paul,
Patrice Paz,
Victor Hugo Paz,
Stacy Lynn Peak,
Richard Allen Perlman,
Durrell V. Pearsall Jr.,
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli,
Thomas Petticini,
Todd Douglas Polino,
Mike Adrian Pelletier,
Anthony G. Peluso,
Angel R. Pena,
Robert Penninger,
Richard Al Penny,
and my brother, Francis Jude Feely. Like so many of the families, we could not allow this tragedy to remain a negative in the course of our family's lives. So we established a charity in his name, the Francis J. Feely Charitable Fund. What else would you call it? Check us out on Facebook. We help the most vulnerable members of our community in the Middletown, New York area. I would like to thank all the people who have volunteered over the years for our fundraisers, and of course all of those who have contributed over the years, especially Cugino's Pizzeria and Dogwood Acres Farm. I am so grateful for all of you, and thank you all so much for helping us to keep my brother's memory alive and allow good to come out of this horrible tragedy.
and my uncle, Carlos S. DaCosta. Theo, as a civilian, you saved so many lives. Your memory, your bravery, and everything you stood for inspires us every day. We love you, we miss you, and you will forever be our hero, and I will forever be holding your hand.
Salvatore F. Pepe,
Carl Allen B. Perlacha,
Robert David Peraza,
John A. Proconti Jr.,
Alejo Perez,
Anthony Perez,
Angela Susan Perez,
Nancy E. Perez,
Ivan Antonio Perez,
Joseph John Perconcino,
Barry Berenson Perkins,
Imelda H. Perry,
Edward J. Parada,
John William Perry,
Glenn C. Perry Sr.,
Danny Pesci,
Franklin Allen Pership,
Davin N. Peterson,
Michael John Pescherine,
Jean Hoadley Peterson,
Donald Arthur Peterson,
Mark James Petrocelli,
William Russell Peterson,
Glenn Karen Pettit,
Philip Scott Petty,
Kayleen Elizabeth Pizzuti,
Dominic A. Pizzullo,
Tu An Pham,
Kevin J. Pfeiffer,
Siani Ann Phillip,
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.,
Ludwig John Picaro,
Eugenia McCann Piantieri,
Joseph O. Pick,
Matthew Paserno,
Dennis J. Pierce,
Bernard Petronico,
Nicholas P. Petrunti,
and my cousin, firefighter Michael Edward Roberts. Engine 214, you were taken from us way too soon. There isn't a day that goes by where we don't think of you. Our forever hero, we love and miss you so much. We will never forget, and we will always keep the memory of those who we lost alive.
and my son, Norman Scott Asana. We miss you every day, and you will never be forgotten.
Theodoros Pigus,
Susan Elizabeth Pinto,
Joseph Piscadlo,
Christopher Todd Pittman,
Joshua Michael Piver,
Robert L. Ploger III,
Zandra F. Plaisir,
Joseph Politano,
John M. Pocher,
William Howard Pullman,
Lawrence Michael Pollich,
Thomas Polamos,
Steve Policino,
Susan Polio,
Darren H. Pontel,
Joshua Iowas Potine,
Giovanna Porras,
Anthony Portillo,
James Edward Patorti,
Daphne Politoos,
Richard N. Polis,
Stephen Emmanuel Polis,
Brandon Jerome Powell,
Scott Allen Powell,
Sean Edward Powell,
Antonio Dorsey Pratt,
Gregory M. Preziose,
Wanda Evelise Prince,
Vincent A. Princiota,
Kevin M. Pryor,
Everett Martin Proctor III,
Carrie Beth Projan,
David Lee Prume,
Richard A. Pronti,
John Foster Puckett,
Robert David Police,
Edward F. Poulos,
Patricia Ann Puma,
Jack D. Punches,
Hemeth Kumar Putor,
and my brother, Robert Cromwell Miller Jr. Bobby, we love and miss you so much. And my brother, like so many others, has beautiful grandchildren that he never had the opportunity to know and to love. Thousands of families were ripped apart that day, the largest attack in U.S. history. So another clear message to our leaders. No plea deal with the animal that masterminded this painful tragedy. We want justice.
and who I miss terribly, my handsome, sweet hero brother, Sal Edward Thierry Jr., who was a managing director for Marshall McLennan. Sal worked uptown, in Midtown, at that office, and was assigned that fateful day to the Trade Center to attend a meeting for a colleague who couldn't attend. Close to 3,000 victims were murdered on September 11th, and all they were doing was going to work to provide for their respective families. It has been 23 years since this horrific tragedy, and in my strongest possible voice, as a retired principal, who I have a strong possible voice, I am demanding that the federal government, the government agencies who still remain to stay, and their respective lawmakers designate this day, September 11th, as a day of atonement, recognition, remembrance, and reflection of all the souls lost. God bless my dear brother, all the victims, and their respective families. May God bless America, and united we all stand.
Joseph J. Picure, Jr.
Edward R. Pycon,
Christopher Quackenbush,
Lars Peter Qualben,
Lincoln Quapp,
Beth Ann Quigley,
Patrick J. Quigley IV,
Michael T. Quilty,
James Francis Quinn,
Ricardo J. Quinn,
Carol Millicent Rabelais,
Christopher Peter Anthony Raccaniello,
Leonard J. Regalia,
Eugene J. Raggio,
Laura Marie Raganese Sink,
Michael Paul Ragusa,
Peter Frank Raimondi,
Harry A. Rains,
Lisa J. Rains,
Etesham Raja,
Valsa Raju,
Edward J. Rawl,
Lucas Rambusek,
Maria Ramirez,
Harry Ramos,
Vishnu Ramsarup,
Deborah
H. Ramsauer,
Lorenzo E. Ramsey,
Alfred Todd Renke,
Adam David Rand,
Jonathan C. Randall,
Shreyas S. Ranganath,
Ann T. Ransom,
Faina Rappaport,
Rhonda Sue Rasmussen,
Robert A. Rasmussen,
Aminia Rasul,
R. Mark Rosweiler,
Marsha D. Ratchford,
David Allen James Rathke,
and my uncle, NYPD, ESU, Truck 7 police officer, Santos Valentin Jr., and his partner, Ronald Klopfer. You guys are amazing. You're forever our heroes. Your families miss you every day. We will always remember you. We will always honor you. And your sacrifice will never go unnoticed till we meet again.
First, I want to take a moment to honor Martin Giovinazzo, the uncle of my coworker Lisa. He was a maintenance mechanic for Marsh & McLennan in the North Tower. Out of respect for him and his family, I want to acknowledge his memory today. He is deeply missed, and we remember him with gratitude. And my father, Edward Frank Polis. He worked for Aon in the South Tower on the 101st floor. I recently learned that on that day, he made sure everyone on his floor got out safely, but when the PA system announced it was safer to return, my dad went back up. That's just who he was, someone who put others before himself even in the most difficult moments. I was only 7 when he passed, but the memories I have are still so vivid. I remember playing video games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro on our PlayStation 1 together. We would also watch TV, shows like Rugrats, Blue's Clues, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He'd make us mac and cheese on the weekends when my mom was working, and he always made sure we felt safe with bedtime stories. Those small everyday moments are the ones that have stayed with me the most. My dad was never a slacker. He lived with strength and earned respect in everything he did, whether at work, with his family, or just taking care of himself. I tend to slack around this time of year with the gym, my diet, and staying focused, but I know my dad wouldn't let me get away with that. He always pushed me to do better, and I won't let him down. Dad, I miss you every day. I'll keep pushing, just like you always did. You taught me strength, respect, and the importance of showing up for the people you love, and I carry that with me. Before I finish, I want to say a special happy birthday to my mom, who is here today. Mom, I love you. I know Daddy would be so proud of the way you've carried us through this journey. Happy birthday.
William Ralph Robb,
Gerard F. Rousey,
Alexei Razuvayev,
Gregory Rita,
Sarah Ann Redheffer,
Michelle Marie Reed,
Judith Ann Reese,
Donald J. Regan,
Robert M. Regan,
Thomas Michael Regan,
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard,
Howard Reich,
Greg Reedy,
James Brian Riley,
Kevin O. Riley,
Timothy E. Riley,
Joseph Rena Jr.,
Thomas Barnes Reinig,
Frank Bennett Reisman,
Joshua Scott Reese,
Karen Renda,
John Armand Rio,
Richard Cyril Rescorla,
John Thomas Resta,
Sylvia Sampio Resta,
Martha M. Reski,
David E. Reddick,
Todd H. Rubin,
Luis Clodoaldo Ravil Mayer,
Eduvigus Reyes Jr.,
Bruce Albert Reynolds,
Yeah, come on.
Well, I said I can't think of the one. You think that's good? Is that yours?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Nice. Yeah.
Here, put it up in here. Make it a spot. We have a supervisor.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Supervisor spot too.
Hey, CNN. So what do you have going out on the feed, audio-wise? That's perfect. Thank you.
I just turned it on.
Nice, thanks.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Probably hear me and you talk. Yeah. No, it's up and out.
That's what it is so far. So, trying to shoot a few weddings. Just with college women's soccer, trying to cover games here and there. So at least, yeah, oh, cool. So like half shot on the photos, but
You can see the motorcade kicking up dust.
Clouded I thought it was Nekachia's rental car.
But
landed and are on their way.
They come in two separate vehicles. Right.
Separately, but around the same.
We had
Hypothetically, you both have to.
We had somebody up at the airport and we kicked them off to their whole area. We lost a lot of shots. They had just landed and they're like, I'll take
We had somebody in like the little local to go with us. So they've been able to like send us some updates, which is super helpful. Because if not, I mean, sorry. I'm with the Tribune Review.
Tribune.
Julie
John,
Podolsky.
I'm with WJC.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, I do.
Don't bounce this. Don't. Give away my shot, Dito. Heck you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for visiting Flight 93 National Memorial. This concludes our national reflaying. If you're still interested, at 1 o'clock at the Plaza Shelter at the flagpole, we'll be having a 30-minute program led by a volunteer. We're walking you through the story of Flight 93 through the perspective of some of the passengers and crew. Once again, thank you all for visiting, and this concludes our national reflaying.
Oh, I hope he comes walking back through. I got a little video. How you doing? Oh, yeah.
Hey, New York. Yeah, and it was like right up on it. Yeah. Yeah, I could see the switch was just one No. Yeah, man. They didn't want steak first. You're whispering in a soft voice like that. Yes, the softest voice ever. Why would you do that?
So now they're in their moving it down.
You project. So from the moment it's on force.
Then when all of a sudden it's actually more work to get it back to the show than to do the plan that they did. So,
I always think I have enough water. Well, she's more your shot. New York, so we just pretty dope.
of course, no big deal. It's fine. I just in case. So.
Yeah.
It's really unique being able to perfect, yeah. So like I'm there like next to him, like with him kind of, you know, but it's different because he's
I'll follow any action. If they get close enough, though, I'm not sure if they come back and man. Yeah, I like that. Long night. It'll be interesting. I'm ready to go full window.
Sandy goes, oh, there's a shanty down the street. I'm like, why?
Still at that boulder?
He's talking to the Navy now.
Yep. LA Times.
How are you feeling,
How am I feeling?
Yeah, we good.
All the Biden.
Yeah, because I remember you used to chat.
Yeah, you were 12, right?
I was 16, and then you came out, I think, right after. I mean, they were definite, all of them, they were like, you're Mr. Biden.
It wasn't like, I think maybe I saw something like that. It was like 6 or 7. I was right above, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so down the road, but everything changed a couple months ago.
Selfishly, it was a personal thing. I'm very glad.
Biden never had a huge presence. He certainly had a decent bigger ones, but like he had a big one. Warren had a big one. And Harris for the time sort of struck, right? So right at the moment, so I was looking at things. There was like a window where I was also doing some like house investigation and stuff. All the rest was kind of what I was hired for, technically. But so they told me it goes into but so right at the moment, all of a sudden started really well, just when COVID hit. So the press corps never expanded in a way that it would, right? So when it gets into the White House, it's with me and a couple others. South Carolina. That was February 29th. Okay. So 2 weeks later was in the world. So Super Tuesday was puppies out in South Carolina. And so when I got into the White House, I was just struck by basically COVID rules were so strict as well. No one simply coming off so much of the press corps were either people who stayed or maybe covered him as vice president, but didn't really cover him on the road for the time, you know. And no one really covered him as vice president. Some like Peter Baker, of course. So anyway, like I just in the first 6 months, I'm like, no one understands like how this guy got here, you know. And the questions at briefings, I think like rolling my eyes. So that was when I started like, I should write a book. Like this guy won the presidency. Like how did he actually get there? And I tried a handful of times, right? Kind of by accident, started associated with and we almost ran out of 16 years. It's a fascinating story that's really never been fully told. So
yeah, you know, it's just like this stuff. Like, it doesn't fully get told because there was other things that unfortunately came out. And then to this time, everyone's like saying, very matter of fact, because they're like, oh yeah, you know, the Obama special. It's like, what's that?
Right? No. I mean, I know, wrote in his book about feeling like he didn't have to bump his support. You know, and kind of hurt him. But also, and so the day after he announced he was running, I probably was like, all right, just focus on this. No, like the whole point of the book was to tell the larger story. And what happened now was so heavily influenced by what happened 8 years ago. You have to tell it. It's very Biden, very poetic, right? It all like circled back. So he was like, it's really good point. I was like, I have something to do. You know, so like.
Do these people like to play ball with people writing books?
I feel like some of the Biden people have been like very defensive. Sure. And like they'll talk about fully cooperate on depending on what's going on. Now I think there's very much important. And I think that works. But like my point to Obama, this perception that he puts now, we know Obama was one of the very few people who knew that what was saying was so certainly as a Biden would have liked to support Obama. It was less about like I'm all in with the race. It was more like I know Biden is not his son is dying. We knew how that would destroy him. Right? So I was like, so that's kind of my that's my sense. That's the that it wasn't like a cold I'm sure he must have thought that. Certainly some of his advisors thought that, you know.
Yeah, but it's less like intentionally sinking a knife into his back versus.
I even think one but one person writes something and then just like it becomes like conventionalist and it's like, oh, who told you that? Like, well, so-and-so heard from somebody who read it. Like, that's how this works. You know?
Which is so funny too from like our perspective, because like, I mean, I guess from any it comes out of your mouth. Don't you like have some sort of confidence? Like, it's true. That you thought or know it. It's not always. That's great. Well, congratulations. I hope. I look forward to. It's nice to talk to you. See you later.
No, it's
Have a good day. You too. Like, stand by it.
They're coming back.
So I can speak for them and say they are. You guys are hot. Says the legend.
I've never heard of
There you go. Yeah, they're probably.
We walk behind the memorial. Held them as long as we could. breakdown. Somebody's asking me a question. I didn't want to have the world hear it. No, I can't even hear him. He's so loud. I'll crank it. Hold on.
I met a young man here who's fourth grade telling me about his experience. He's literally written books on the memories that you can buy up. Yes. Why do you want to have? Everybody remembers hearing
somebody do a voice track or something.
Honoring these folks who are through. Their loved ones. And by making sure young people in their classrooms, in their communities, can take a moment to pause on 9/11 and part of their curriculum.
Thanks, guys. You gotta keep the guy down.
Great catch, Mr. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were trying to catch you, but I felt like there wasn't room. So
yeah, I was like on my knee kind of, and like put it, and then you grabbed us like, oh thank God.
Just holding, I'm out of shape. Just holding it like that for 2 minutes, like your arm will fall.
Rip out of your standby position. You're trying to maintain. Right. Yeah, that's a really good clever thing to do in film. Give you the pro version. Which one do you have?
He's saying it's interesting. Did you get any of that, Mr. Ryan? He is. She's got it. Say, hey, we just got signed with